Welcome to the April 25th meeting of the Resident Association Board of Directors. I call the meeting to order. Let's see if we have quorum. Do we have Director Dodd? Okay, I believe we have quorum, so we'll get started with the meeting. Thank you very much. I do have some opening comments that I wanted to share with the board and the members as well. As you know, when I became the president, I was away and I made comments about the internet not being very strong. So now that this is my first meeting as the president in person, I want to go back to some of my comments. And first of all, allow me to start with, again, recognizing Director Farrell and Director Juszczak and Director Johnson for their service, for everything that they've done. I want to remind everybody, since I've been observing and I was aware of the time that was spent by the previous board, specifically Director Farrell and Juszczak, it's very important for people to recognize that the board members, Director Farrell and Juszczak, have spent a lot of time working on board-related matters. And we really need to appreciate their work and recognize that. So personally, John, thank you very much for everything you've done. Jennifer, thank you very much for everything you've done. And Travis as well. I believe Travis is not here yet. So with that in mind, I wanted to share with the board, as the incoming president, a little bit about me and how I want to operate and some of the things that I have in mind as a way of giving you an idea about what my approach is going to be going forward for 24-25. First of all, this board is the face of Reston, and our job is to serve the community. The way I'm going to operate is that I will treat all board members with respect and dignity. We may not agree on everything, but expect me to be operating rational and respectful. I ask all the board members to be mindful of decorum. In my opinion, we need to focus on results than indefinite process loops. I appreciate the process. I think it's important, but we need to focus on results. As far as any activities that I get involved in as the president, my plan is to inform and share my activities with the board before, during, and after. When there's a vote, I believe it's important for the board to know where I stand. I'm just one vote, and therefore I have decided that I will vote so that you know where I stand on things. Finally, and this is very important for me, we want to keep discussions focused to ensure we stay within budgeted time. I ask board members to be judicious about their motions and any kind of discussions. Really would like to maintain time. So it is my intent to control the time. As we go forward, there are some short-term activities focus on my attention right now. One of those that I've already completed is the committee assignments. I've all sent the committee assignments to everybody. The way I came about that was that I talked to every one of you individually and went over your preferences, and I tried to juggle as much as I could, and I believe everybody got pretty much what they wanted, with some adjustments. I plan to maintain informal chats with every board member as much as I can, again, to seek input, guidance, your feedback, lessons learned, history. Also plan to meet with our CEO, which I did last Thursday, but on top of that, I'd like to meet with the SLT, CFO, directors, and others. And it is my full intent to just walk the hallway and see the staff and make sure they understand who we are and appreciate the work that they're doing. Longer-term activities that I have in mind that I will focus on would be budget, working with our new CFO and looking at efficient ways of doing the budget, making sure that process is efficient. Casino is not dead. Director Farrell and Judge Jack were involved in going to Richmond, and they did a lot of work getting that off the table, at least for now. It's not dead. We can't give up on that, and we have to be very vigilant on that. So that's another focus of my attention. The next one is collaborations and partnerships. I believe it's important for us to communicate with other organizations in Reston, understand what they're doing, and share with them what we're doing. I see nothing but positive out of that. And then as far as committees and working groups, the president has certain roles in terms of being involved in certain committees and working groups, and I plan to attend those as much as I can. So the other thing is that in keeping with the past practice, I ask that during discussions, you please direct your comments to the president, to the presiding officer, rather than individual board members. This is something that former President Farrell practiced, and I think it's a good practice, and I would like to keep that and maintain that. So with that in mind, let's start with the agenda, and I believe we have some adjustments that we'd like to discuss. I'm going to hand it over to Vice President Garwatch to go over that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clean up just a few things. These are, I think, fairly trivial, but want to get a move to amend the agenda with the following adjustments. Volunteer appointments, we're going to remove that from the consent agenda to item E, and also remove legal committee recommendations from the consent agenda since there are none for this particular session. Volunteer appointments would become E, and everything else would shift down a letter.
Yes.
Would it not be better to shift it to executive session?
We're going to be doing interviews.
These are interviews.
These are going to be interviews.
You're going to do the interviews?
Correct.
Oh, I see.
We are,
Okay.
as a
Sorry, I
body,
didn't understand.
yeah, that's my apologies. As a body, we will be conducting the interviews for the two volunteers that are here or one is on camera, the other is Bob. Can I have a second?
Please, a second. Any discussion?
Mr. President, I object to the consent agenda. I had a conversation with our secretary. Not only do we have a problem with the volunteer, I'm sorry, thank you. Forgive me. I object to the consent agenda in its entirety, what's remaining of it. There were changes to the minutes that I've shared with our secretary, and I think it would be best to just carry that set of minutes over to the next month, which basically eliminates the consent agenda.
Yep.
And so we can move on to.
Do you mind if I just rephrase my motion and incorporate?
However you want to do it.
Okay. Move to amend the agenda to remove item D completely and add a item E for volunteer interviews. Okay. Discussion.
Any discussion on
We
that?
need a second. Did you get
We've
it?
already got a
Travis
second.
got it.
Any discussion? Don't see any discussions. All in favor, say aye.
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 Let's see unanimous. Removal of legal discussion.
Yeah, it's all
That's all taken.
consensus.
Okay. Good. We're going to move on to item B, approval of the April 25 regular board agenda. I guess we did that just now. Let's move on to item C. Brittany, do we have any member comments?
We do not have anybody signed up for member comments this evening.
Okay, so Vice President Garwatch, help me out here. We got rid of item D.
Yep, so we're moving on to volunteer interviews.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the volunteer interviews.
Brittany, could we go ahead and start
Yeah,
with,
can we start?
we'll go ahead and start with Kathy Baum and Friends of Reston.
Kathy, you've been asked to unmute.
Can I move to include the letter that staff sent to us in the packet?
Are you on mic? I'm not hearing you well.
Oh, I am on mic. Can I move to add the letter that Kathy had sent to Friends of Reston that Laura forwarded us via email into the packet for the record? Please. I need a second.
Need a second for that?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Seems to be unanimous. Okay, we'll move on. Are we ready for interviews now? Brittany?
Kathy, whenever you're ready, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I believe our first candidate is Kathy Baum for Friends of Reston.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually was not expecting to be interviewed. As everyone knows, the Friends of Reston is a 501c3 on its own. It is not a committee of the Reston Association. The Reston Association is actually a member of the Friends of Reston, and the president of the board of directors, as well as the CEO, serve on the board of Friends of Reston. In case you didn't know that, Jamal.
I did.
So when I was Reston Association president, I served on the FORs. I've been a Reston resident since 1975. I've lived in all parts of Reston. I spent 30-some years in the home building industry. I've been on a variety of boards, as I stated in the letter. Fundraising is going to be the big issue this year for the Friends of Reston, and I think I'm very qualified to help them with that. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for our candidate? Director Farrell?
If somebody else wants to go first, that's fine. Ms. Baum, the Board of Directors of RA has adopted a policy that all dwelling units within the TSA, and this is a follow-up question, we'll make this relevant, that all dwelling units within the TSA should become part of Reston Association. Do you agree with that policy?
I don't think that has anything to do with Friends of Reston, Mr. Farrell.
Ms. Baum, you can answer my question, please. Do you agree with that policy?
I have no opinion.
Okay. Do you believe it is appropriate for the Friends of Reston to accept donations from developers who refuse to join Reston Association?
I don't have enough information on the topic to make a decision. I just heard about it at the last meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, any other questions? Yes, Vice President Glarwich.
Kathy, could you talk to us a little bit about any sort of ideas or plans that you might have for additional fundraising? I know at the last meeting that I was a part of, that was a topic of discussion amongst the Friends of Reston board. They're excited and eager to find ways to add and supplement to what they already do for the scholarships in our community. And just wondered if you had any thoughts on ideas or how we could fundraise.
So part of your issue with the Friends is that they do not have a budget, haven't had a budget in, I don't know, I haven't heard in how long. So they have no idea really on how much they need to fundraise. They have no real idea on the things that they could fund, how much is out there, how much they need to allocate across a broad spectrum of projects over a number of years. So that's one of the things that I hope I'll be able to help them with. But off the top of my head, no, Trevor, I do not have any major fundraising ideas right now.
Fair enough.
Are there any other questions? Director Flashman, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you by chance know how much money Friends of Reston has presently?
I'm going to tell you around $300,000, both a couple $100,000 in long-term CDs, but don't hold me that.
Assuming that what you are stating is correct, and I believe it is, what would you propose to do with the $300,000 that is there?
Director Flashman, frankly, I haven't been to enough meetings to really have an opinion on that. It's a very small board. We're going to try and expand it, but I have no opinion on what to do with that.
Thank you.
As I said, they have no budget. They have no long-range plan.
Would you be inclined to assist them in developing those?
Absolutely.
You're going to say no.
It happens to be the only one of the, it's most
I asked the
important
question.
reason I'd like to join this board.
Very good. Any other
Thank you.
questions from the board members? Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Obviously, we'll have conversation and we'll share with you the results. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next candidate is none other than our esteemed colleague, Bob Petrine.
And this will be specifically for land use, as as treasurer is already a part of fiscal.
Good evening, Bob Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way. I've been involved in land use issues since 2009 formally. I participated on an ad hoc basis with the Reston Master Plan that was adopted in 2015 and the update of the plan which was adopted in 2023. I've testified before both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on both the density amendment, which kept the cap at 13 dwelling units per acre, which basically maintains the character of Reston as it exists. And I've also testified before both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on CMOD, the update to the zoning ordinance, which excluded all the planned districts. Those are going to come up for, both those issues are going to come up for consideration, if not this year, certainly next year. I think they're both very important issues, maybe more important than whether we argue about who's going to be members of RA, because RA may become maybe an anomaly. Oh, Mr. Farrell may disagree with me, but I think, the idea that the character of Reston could change dramatically if the density amendment is changed to allow more density in the community than it already has. I also have about 50 years in evaluating real estate projects and real estate loans. So that's, and I'm interested, I do the work. Okay, any questions?
Are there any questions from the board? Yes, Director Perry.
Mr. Petrine, I know that you are retired and therefore have time on your hands to both be treasurer and potentially on the Land Use Advisory Committee. Are you comfortable spending that much time with Reston Association still, rather than enjoying yourself elsewhere?
I would have asked to, if I had chosen to stand for election and won the election, I would have asked to be on the Land Use Committee. and probably, and most likely would have stayed as treasurer as well. So
Thank you,
this is not a stretch.
Yes, Director Farrell?
Did I? Thank you. Did I understand you to describe yourself as being a member of either task force on either iterations of the?
I wasn't on the task force formally, but
I just wanted.
I participated.
I thought I might have misheard you.
No.
During our joint service here, my memory is, and somebody can correct me, is that you opposed the creation of the Land Use Committee, and yet now you want to serve on it. I find that strange.
It exists, and it's better to be on the inside than on the outside. I'm interested in the issues that the Land Use Committee is taking up.
From time to time, you've expressed skepticism that our policy encouraging all TSA dwelling units to join RA is appropriate. Do you still hold that view?
It's not that it's inappropriate. I just think it's an effort that is a negotiation between the county and the developer through proffer. There is no requirement, at least in the, well, let me back up and say, of the SSPA projects, the 4 SSPA projects that are being taken up this year, there is only one that is in the PRC. The remainder are in TSA. There is no requirement that those 3 members, those 3 developments be members. Now, is it something that they could, that the county could encourage them to do so? Yes. Is it impossible or unreasonable that RA should encourage that? Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say it was unreasonable?
No,
for
no, no.
RA?
No, it's not unreasonable.
Oh, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Just 1 or 2 more. I'm trying to understand the statement you made about RA becoming an anomaly. You're interested in RA going out of business?
No, I'm not, but if the PRC changes, RA will have less control over development than ever before. And I believe that we should work to ensure that that doesn't happen.
I think this is the last question I have. All of the board members here know the activism of another member of the household. Is there a concern that we should have that one household has that much of a voice in the future of Reston?
Excuse me. Point of order. We don't need to get into that discussion.
Actually,
that's
it's
personal.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
No,
it's
it
actually
isn't.
relevant.
No, it is
I
not
appeal
relevant.
the ruling of the chair.
Nope, it is not relevant.
I
Let's
appeal
move
the
on.
ruling of the chair, Mr. President.
Enlighten us, John.
Excuse me?
Enlighten us. What are you who are you appealing to?
His ruling that my question's out of order. I am
Yes.
appealing that ruling to the body. And so it requires a vote of the body.
Okay. I believe this question is out of order.
You've said that. You need
I
to
am
give,
asking for a vote.
Mr. President, you need to give the gavel to Director to Vice President Grywatch. Then the proper procedure is for you to explain your position, for me to explain my position, and then the body votes.
Here we go. We are interviewing Bob Petrine as the candidate. We're not interviewing a household within Bob Petrine's house for a candidate. As simple as that.
The question was,
End of discussion.
the question was, is it appropriate to have one household have that much of a voice in the land use activities of Reston? That's the question. And it's relevant as to whether we make this appointment. And so it's a relevant question to ask, and I think that Mr. Petrine's prepared to answer. And I don't know why we wouldn't let them answer.
Let's have the vote.
We're ready to vote. I'm calling for a vote. Okay.
Yeah, can I have
that
the
as it may.
ayes?
For,
In favor of which?
in
In
favor,
favor of Jalal, Jalal's argument, apologies,
That the question is out of order.
Yes.
that the question is out of order, that would be the aye. Okay, that's 5 nays. 3, I'll just abstain, but 5-3-1.
Thank you. Motion carries. Any other questions? Yes, Director
Yes,
Fleishman.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Petrine.
Proceed.
If I may. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Ron.
You said earlier that your concern is about maintaining the character of Reston and maintaining the density. Is that within the special district for Reston?
The PRC zoning ordinance now says that the maximum density overall in Reston is 13 dwelling units per acre. And if I'm not mistaken, it's near 12 now. And we have to guard against the redevelopment of certain, this property that we're on now is not part of the PRC, but it is subject to redevelopment. As I mentioned before, the only project that is within the current PRC is what I refer to as the brown bag building that was, that has an existing plan on it, which would, if it were built, would probably drive the density over 13.
Are you concerned that the development of what were office buildings in the TSA would be converted to housing and commercial development, and that would contribute to the overall density of the area?
Yes, the short answer is yes. Whether it would be formally part of the PRC or within the TSA and TOD requirements would have to be handled on a case-by-case basis.
Without that kind of development, do you see some way for Reston to meet what is, I understand, a very obvious need for additional affordable housing, and not necessarily within the narrow definition of what affordable housing is, but really to house people who work here and cannot afford to live here because the price of housing is so high?
The argument has been made, and I can't refute it, is that as you increase the housing stock in any given area, that it has the impact of lowering the overall cost of housing in an area. Now, we're in the midst of a major change in the way people think about home ownership. Many of the younger people can either afford nor choose to be an owner, so they're happy to be renters. And you see that in the development that has existed since 2014, since not the most current adjustment to or current Reston Master Plan, but the previous Reston Master Plan created an environment where it was a rush for developers to go to the county to get plans approved, and they did so. And we haven't seen a great number of townhouses or ownership situations. What we've seen is an expansion of rental property via mixed-use development.
Do you see a problem with that?
Do I see a problem with that?
Yes.
The developers are following the way to most reasonably return what they consider a reasonable return on their investment. Will that change the character of Reston? Yes, it already has. It already has. So is that something that, is that something a land use committee of members should have a voice, should have some sort of voice in? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
My concern is for the future of Reston. Reston population is aging. You and I are examples. Maybe this fellow too. And it is, if Reston is to maintain its character, it must bring in younger folks with families and have them become involved in and part of the association so that people step in and take over from what we are doing. And if we cannot provide adequate housing to them that they can afford, Reston will fail, in my judgment.
I don't disagree with you at all. Given the way that the development has occurred over the past, particularly the past decade, you haven't seen that happen. What was supposed to be affordable housing in terms of townhouses, what you've seen are high 6 figures to 7 figures for a new home, which is largely a townhouse. We haven't seen any single family. In fact, while I served on the DRB, we approved the plan for the last vacant lot in Reston to be developed. In fact, it's in your neighborhood.
Yes, I know it. I see it every day as I walk by.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to bring the focus back to the interviewee here and with the position that he's being interviewed with. Do you have any other questions, Director Flashman? Because we are running late right now. I'd like to keep things on schedule.
Well,
I believe some of these discussions are things that I expect to happen within the Land Use Committee, whether Mr. Petrine gets appointed for that position or not. Thank you.
I'm just trying to ascertain his position on these issues.
I think we've asked enough questions for you guys to understand his position. And I would also submit to the board, Bob is not a stranger. We've all worked with Bob, so you should know some about him as well. So I'd like to get us back to the agenda here. Yes, Mr. Petrine.
I'll just finish by saying whether I am made a member of the Land Use Committee or not, I will stay involved.
Thank you. Brittany, do we have another member for another candidate? I'm sorry.
That is actually it for this evening. Ms. Sinha will not be interviewing this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Having concluded the interviews, I believe the next agenda on the item is the CEO update.
Inquiry, Mr. Chairman. The individual who is not available for us tonight, will that be on the May 9th agenda for that person to be interviewed? And if you need a motion to that effect, happy to make it, but it should be automatic.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, Director Farrell. Thank you. Okay, we're moving to the CEO update. Mr. Lusk, I know you've got 5 minutes for that, so I'm going to hold you to that.
I won't need 5 minutes. Just to be clear, I'm not Mac Cummins, so Mac is away tonight. So just a few updates from us. From the last board meeting, we did update the budget calendar. The updated budget calendar was included in the packet. Multiple dates were added. I won't go through date by date, but these do reflect the comments made in the last meeting. One comment that was not made in the last meeting that we adjusted at fiscal committee is that the fiscal committee meeting was scheduled on June 19th, which is a federal holiday by mistake. So we moved it to the next day, Thursday, June 20th. So that's when the fiscal committee will meet in June. Just some fun things that are happening. For those that aren't aware, the yard sale is tomorrow across the street here. It's not in the parking lot here. It's across the street by Wegmans. And the farmer's market opens tomorrow, and RA will be there in full force. And just sort of a administrative. Saturday, sorry, today is not Friday. I've been a day off all week, thank you. And the reserve study has kicked off. For those of you that are aware, every 5 years, RA does a reserve study to look at our assets and assess the condition of those. This will be a major driver of the capital improvement plan that everyone will see this summer and fall. That kicked off on Monday, which is a big step for the association. So just a few updates on my end, and happy to take any questions or move on.
Are there any questions for our CEO? Yes, Director Farrell.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Director Juszczyk. I didn't see you.
No
Please
worries.
go ahead.
So I know we amended the budget worksheet or the calendar. What I neglected to put in that motion last time was the due dates for the subsequent versions.
Okay.
And so I just ask if you could ask Mac to think about that.
Sure.
I don't know that we have to officially include it in the calendar, but it would be nice for fiscal and the board to know when those versions would come out, so they would know when we could review them.
No problem.
And I would love if you could also give Mac a note that I'd love to see some type of update for next board meeting related to going into the summer. And, what is the status of, our spin up of staffing for the summer, the launching of the summer, maybe a little bit of a highlight on the different pool passes that and the recreation passes, where we stand there, and also the schedule changes that we've made to do some highlights of those types of things.
No problem.
Thank you.
Director Juszczyk, was that meant to be included in the next CEO update?
Yeah, that was
Okay,
my
thank you.
request.
Yes,
Yes, that's a request.
Thank you. Yes, Director Farrell.
Mr. Lusk, just for clarity's sake, this 5-year reserve study is mandated by state code.
Correct.
And we have been doing it right along. So this isn't anything new.
That's correct.
It's just complying with the state code that requires us to do a reserve study every 5 years.
It's time. That's right. It's due. That's right.
Thank you. Any other questions for our CEO? Great. Let's move on to our next agenda item, a land use and comprehensive plan update. Director Juszczyk, do you have that one?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So on the land use front, just a couple of announcements, and then if anyone else has anything that you've heard out there in the community, I'm happy to add those to the update. On the land use front, we do not have a ton of applications going through the Fairfax County process, so just some highlights there. We have Armstrong Elementary that has been almost 99% of the way through the process. So the voting of the Board of Supervisors, that final hearing will take place on the 21st of May. And then there are a few developments that are out there that are just asking for minor sign modifications. So we won't really be weighing in because they're so minor. But if members are interested, it's Reston North Point Village Center, the Haley Rise development across the street, and South Lakes Village Center. Also, our planning commissioner, Director Carter, is the chair of a committee called the Urban Development and Placemaking Committee of the Planning Commission. He is very much interested, if you've met him, in placemaking throughout the county. And so one of the upcoming meetings on May 10th is a presentation he's going to have made on the improvements to the requirements for open space and streets, which is very relevant to those of us in Reston. So I'd encourage people to listen to that session. And then I had asked in advance we had staff working on some proposals for a new TSA development to come into the association, which is the Wheelock proposal. And also, we have an SSPA that the Land Use Committee is working on. One of those affects the building that we're sitting in right now, owned by Grubb, and I know that staff have met with them, and so I think Peter is ready to do just an update on those two initiatives.
So I'll start backwards. On the Grubb front, we've met multiple times to discuss multiple different issues. Grubb has been very clear that they purchased this property to put multifamily dwellings on the property. Each time we speak with them, it's a little bit different as to how many and which building might go away, so it kind of goes back and forth. They know that they are a long way from putting apartments on this property, so they're looking sort of long-term. They're also factoring in that anyone that is a tenant in this building would have to be relocated, which increased their own cost. So the best update that I have is that we're continuing to track it with them, but they've been very upfront about adding multifamily dwellings on this property. On the Wheelock front, I have not been as involved as Tony and Mac, but Tony and Mac have held an initial meeting with that developer and made it clear that we would like them to join RA as part of that development. So Tony, I don't know if you have additional items there, but that's what I have on that front.
Not really. We've reached out to Steve since the beginning of the year, haven't really heard much back, but when we did have that meeting in the fall, it seemed productive. He seemed interested. So I know Mac was going to reach out again fairly recently, but I'm not aware of whether that went anywhere.
Yes, Director Farrell.
Dealing with the Wheelock case, they have a proffer that they are obliged to negotiate with Reston Association to have that project join Reston Association. So it's an affirmative proffer. That case had to come back because they didn't make the payment they had to make in order to buy their way out of the tax area to pay for the metro. They represented to the Board of Supervisors that they had reached out to Reston Association under a prior regime and that there had been no response from Reston Association. I would not want them to be able to make that representation going forward. I don't think it was accurate, but I wouldn't want the association to be blamed for those efforts not going forward, or those discussions not continuing. I think this is a matter that we need to follow, our staff needs to follow up on and get a report back, even if it's just a matter of sending an email or making, email's better only because it's written and we can show it to Supervisor Alcorn if the need arises, that we have been very interested in those negotiations and don't face the prospect of having somebody make a representation that we haven't. With regard to the SSPA for this property, they were at the kickoff meeting that was held at South Lakes. I happened to interact with them at that meeting, and their proposal then was described as knocking down this building. Director Juszczyk is nodding her head up and down. Which is going to be cute because, Council, I believe there's a large number of years left on our lease, and they can't knock the building down without our consent. So it's a need for, and I see Mr. Lusk nodding up and down. So we have a bit of leverage, and it's something that we ought to be exercising on behalf of the membership going forward. And I think we ought to be getting briefings on that going forward so that we can use that leverage to get a good result for the community. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I'm very supportive of your comments. Yes, thank you. Director Dodd first.
Yeah.
And then followed by Director Johnson and then Director Flashman.
I
Please.
simply was going to ask for a reminder of how much time remains on our lease in this building.
I think we're in the 8-year range, but I would ask Tony to confirm that somewhere in there. Yeah.
2030.
Yeah.
Till 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Sure. I have a few questions. First is to Director Juszczyk. This is a fairly simple one. You mentioned the term placemaking. Could you define that for us, please?
So Planning Commissioner Carter would have a much better definition than I'm going to give you all. But normally you do placemaking by looking at the demographics of the community and the resources of the community, deciding what things that you might need in the future, whether that's housing or a hospital or a school, and then you start planning your blocks within your community to say, in this area or in this block, that's where we anticipate meeting the needs of whatever you've come up with as you're planning.
So it's kind of like infrastructure planning for potential population growth or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
If I might help
Please.
with that answer, Mr. President, with your permission. It's also about making places where people want to gather, okay? And by having a gathering place, it helps build community. So it's like an example, the pavilion versus one of our strip centers, okay? Our strip center, I mean, go to North Point and try and find a place to, get kids, get families together. You're not going to find it at North Point, but the pavilion does. So it's looking at how do we create gathering places for a community to build community by having people interact with each other.
Thank you. Director Johnson, do you have any more questions?
I did, thank you. So as far as the SSPA for this plot of land, am I right that I heard that we're not sure which building is to be demolished? I heard Director Farrell say that you heard specifically that it's this building.
That's what was represented.
Okay. And do we know how many other buildings are on the chopping block, or is it just this building?
Yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to email the board there's a visual that was presented, and they have a couple different options. I'd be happy to email so you can kind of see what the options they're presenting are.
I'd love to see that. Thank you.
I think we already did that.
I thought we did, but I'll do it.
We've
I'll do
already
it
sent out
again.
to the board members.
All the SSPAs were included in a
Right.
land use update we did a couple months ago.
Yeah, they're forfended. And just to wrap that up, we have the proponents of the Roger Bacon for EAC and others. They are coming into the Land Use Committee meeting.
In May,
All right, at the May meeting, which is second Tuesday.
second Tuesday.
Is that May 14th?
That's right, I think, yeah.
Because I believe that, with your permission, Mr. President.
Please make it brief. Thank you. Please,
May I?
go ahead. Yes.
I believe that was the date on which you had indicated that there were going to be presentations made by those who were requesting the site-specific plan amendments,
Correct.
and that perhaps the 4 would appear? I don't know.
Right now
Only
we
one.
Right now, we only have confirmation for one.
We've invited the Land Use Committee has invited all of them, and they're in various forms, and you have to kind of, it's a very legal thing. You work with lawyers, you don't work with, and so you invite them, and we've gotten confirmation from one. We've gotten feedback from another lawyer that's working on 2 of the SSPAs that they're kind of still in flux. The county hasn't been very clear as to how the SSPA process, how long it will run, what the steps will be. And so I think they're a little hesitant to come and give presentations until they get some type of feedback from the county of how the process is going to move forward.
So then they would make a presentation to the committee, and that would be commencing at 6:30 or shortly?
Correct.
Here in the conference rooms?
Correct.
Okay.
We've been trying to do hybrid meetings as well, but yes, definitely on site.
Because I think that the EAC would be very interested in attending. Members of it would be.
I'm happy to talk to the chair of the Land Use Committee, and maybe we can do a cross invitation.
I will let her know because I am the liaison.
Oh, now, yes, I saw that in an email. Yeah.
Could I finish my
That'd be
batch
great.
of
Yes,
questions?
Director
please?
Johnson, over to you. Could
Thank
you?
you.
Yes.
So back to the question about the number of buildings that were on the chopping block. Do we have a time frame as to when that's going to happen?
No.
Okay. And will the homes that are eventually built on this plot of land be required to be part of the association?
That
Nah.
would be our position.
Not, yes. So this is not covenant land.
Okay.
So it's not a
Not currently.
baked-in requirement, but certainly our land use resolution would
Mr.
make that
President,
request.
if I can answer Director Johnson's question.
Director Farrell, I ask you to please be brief. We're running late here.
I
Thank you.
always am.
Land
No,
use.
this is a,
We're in
we
land
already did
use.
that. So typically it takes a year to go through a comprehensive plan, then 2 years to go through a rezoning, then 2 years to go through a site plan. So
A long time
it's
is,
5 to 6 years from now before they've knocked down this building.
right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you
all. Let's try to get back on the on the agenda here. Let's see. Mr. Schumacher, you're next.
I would like to, actually, but I would-
Please, Director Johnson.
I did. I had a motion that I wanted to bring up in the middle during the land use conversation, if I could.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So I move that the RA Board of Directors direct RA staff to conduct planning activities with the end goal of engaging those resting communities that are not currently RA members. These planning activities should include, but not be limited to, feasibility and ROI analysis of developing and implementing this plan, identifying and documenting communication channels through print and social media, initiating direct correspondence and scheduling meetings with developers and their attorneys, and engaging directly with residents of non-member communities. RA staff would be required to submit monthly progress reports to the board. The complete planning of these activities would be finalized by June 30 of 2024 and should include an actionable implementation plan.
Is there
a second?
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Discussion?
I'm asking for this because, we've talked a number of times about getting additional revenue and also bringing new blood into the resident association. And I think reaching out to the communities that exist that are not currently members in a strategic way is the best, if not the best way, then one of the best ways to move forward with that.
Director Perry.
Mr. Luss, could you please inform us what staff is currently doing? Because I thought that some of what Director Johnson is proposing is already being done.
So I know that Mac, this is in Mac's wheelhouse. This is not something I'm actively working on. I know Mac is actively working on it. I don't have a great update for you. I'm sorry about that. I would just make one comment to Director Johnson that June 30th is not far from now. So while I fully agree with everything that you said, maybe just pushing the date back might be helpful.
And if I can respond.
May I also speak to the motion? Go ahead.
No, please.
Director-
I'd rather hear you.
Director-
I'd rather hear you than me.
Please.
Given that we understand this is in the wheelhouse of our CEO, who we knew was not going to be present at today's meeting, I would like us to defer this consideration of this motion until we can hear his feedback on it. And I also agree that the June date is probably unrealistic.
Is that a motion to defer?
It is.
Second.
I was going to second it myself, actually.
Is there a specific date you want to defer to, Director Dodd?
Next board meeting.
I would like to defer consideration of the motion to the next board meeting. So I
That's
don't
all.
have.
I just
Yeah.
didn't want
Thank
it
you.
floating out there.
Thank you.
I got you. Thank you.
Discussion on that? Let's vote on this. And those in favor say aye.
I'm in favor.
I believe we have, Izzy? Yes, okay. All right, motion is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Okay, may I ask that you circulate your motion in writing so that we...
I will. I thought I had. If I hadn't, then I'll make sure that you get it very soon. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you. Chris, Mr. Schumacher.
Good evening.
All yours. You've got 3 minutes.
So I provided you guys a presentation and a video overviewing the first quarter of capital projects for 2024. Couple little updates to that. We have actually fully completed the North Hills Pavilion project that was wrapped up on Monday this week with the striping. So that facility is now refreshed, renewed with new ADA accessibility enhancements and some other park features. Outside of that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you for that very brief and succinct update. Yes, Director Perry.
I just have one question, Chris. On the North Hills, I did see you were doing the ADA updates, and I wasn't able to tell from the presentation when it says ADA accessible pathway to pavilion and playground. Did we by chance make the playground material ADA accessible, or is it still mulch?
So the type of material you actually use at our playgrounds, which is it's an engineered style mulch, is technically considered ADA accessible. It's not maybe the preferred material with the rubberized poured flooring, but thus far it's still currently the mulch surface is still there.
Okay. So I think I appreciate your answer, knowing that most wheelchairs do struggle with that mulch period.
Thank you. Director Farrell.
On your report, I think it's the 6th page, we're talking about footbridge installations. These appear to be on the Turquoise Trail.
Bridges, oh, you're talking about bridges 1664?
I'm looking at project highlights, footbridge installations, and
Yes.
there's going to be temporary crossing. That trail is used by the Nature House bird walks, and I'm concerned that there's not a specific time for these crossings, and coordinating with the people who lead the bird walks so that they know, and they know what's coming, and they know what the crossings are going to happen, what they're going to look like.
Absolutely.
Rather than coming up to the site and going, oops.
So that's always a very careful consideration when we do these bridge replacements, that we try to establish some sort of temporary crossing. Often what we do is we pick up the old bridge and we shift it over to the side of the work, so that then detours you around the construction of the new bridge, and then we pull out and dispose of the old wooden bridge once we're at completion. We have project signage and detour signage we post on site about 2 weeks in advance of the work in case we do have to make any more major detours around it. The one along Soapstone Drive is that Triple Cone? I'm sorry, Triple Crown. I always get them mixed up. Steeplechase Drive, sorry. That one is actually along the VDOT right-of-way, so it's going to be quite an intricate ballet to get that bridge in and out. So that one's going to be probably a little more complicated to try to detour and organize, but we'll do what we can in conjunction with VDOT's permissions.
All I'm asking is that you give notice to the people who run the bird walk so that they're aware of it. I'm not asking you to change what you're doing, just give them a heads up so they don't schedule a walk on that trail.
I'll take note of that, yep.
Is that Audubon Society of Northern Virginia? No,
we
others?
run it through Nature House.
Nature's House.
Organizes it.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Speaking of the Nature House, just wanted to give you guys kudos on the ADA door operators. I saw these in action for the Friends of Reston meeting that was held there earlier in the month. It was simple, easy, effective, made the Nature House even more energy efficient, and they work, right? So many times you try to use those at a supermarket or something, and they just don't work. So it's great to see that small invention, included in there, and I think it could have purposes outside of just the Nature Center as well.
I'll make a special note on that particular installation after. That took some research between us and our design consultants on a sort of an eloquent way to install one of those. They're actually regenerative. So every time someone pulls the door open, it actually charges it. Yeah. And so you actually don't need to supply a power source to it, which was a complication because that facility uses structurally insulated panels or SIP walls. So trying to run power through that would be exceedingly difficult because of that. And so that's why we came up with this other alternative product made by Assa Abloy that actually uses normal door operation to charge and operate it, so.
And my last thing, just in that region of the Reston community anyway, on Glade, the Glade Clay Courts, the parking lot, is that getting cut in half for the summertime for the construction? Would it be like 3/4? Do you know what the overlap would be between the work site and the parking available for the pool?
There is going to be a minor reduction in parking during the construction. We're getting past the phase at this stage where we're having to take over half the lot with all of that dumpster debris. So we're working with the contractor right now to sort of compress their footprint on the parking lot area to limit the impacts to patron usage of the pool. But we should be getting pretty close to the point now where we can pull a lot of that excess equipment off the site and try to open up more of that parking.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Question again about the Glade tennis courts. I drive past it every day, and it looks like they're making really great progress as far as that goes. Have there been any unexpected, and did anything unexpected come up during the construction, or has this basically been by the numbers?
It's been relatively smooth, I would say. We did encounter a couple abandoned utilities that took us a little bit of time to figure out what these were because they just showed up on no utility markings or surveys. And we had to then determine, are they still active and live? We were able to work through that. We had to make some adjustments and move a couple things sort of in and aft of that position. But besides that, it's been pretty much straightforward.
Did it adjust the schedule at all to have to make those modifications?
No, the main thing we've had a schedule impact is we had about that solid 1 week of rain, and that sort of stalled them a little bit. But they've thus far been able to kind of get caught back up with some of the good weather we have been having. So
that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Sato.
On Barton Hill, do you know the proposed crosswalk? Was it proposed by RA or VDOT?
Proposed in terms of the creation of a crosswalk or the design?
The location of the crosswalk.
So we provided VDOT 2 suggested locations that would otherwise allow us to intersect it with our existing pathway that crosses there. I'm sure VDOT's opinion would rather it have all the way at the throat of the intersection with Sunrise Valley and Barton Hill Drive. We wanted to move it further down Barton Hill Drive in order to then connect our pathway with it. So that was our suggestion, was to move it down within that area to connect it.
And do you have an expectation of the next milestone with VDOT?
Right now, we are still working through the comments they've sent to us regarding their opinion of the design of it. So we're still kind of working through it. So we're still pretty early in the process. Once we do get a sort of settlement as to what this thing's going to look like, then there needs to be a matter of budget with the board, being that this is a unbudgeted particular item, this crosswalk installation. And then there's the engineering and then the eventual construction. And so it's still pretty early in it.
Is there a differing position between what they provided and what RA thinks on the crosswalk design?
The design right now we're having conflict over is either it's an at grade or it would be a raised crosswalk. And a raised crosswalk basically becomes a traffic calming measure, which potentially could have other requirements through FCDOT on that type of installation. So we're still looking into that right now and trying to determine whether or not that would trigger that type of process with them. So that's still to be determined.
Thank you.
Mr. Lusk, you have the closing.
2 seconds.
Yes.
So some of you may have seen some emails or memos going around regarding Barton Hill and some of the work going on at the tennis courts and the crosswalk. Chris and I were talking this afternoon. We may and are looking forward to scheduling some sort of community get-together on the courts to talk about what the project entails, looking at the crosswalk. The crosswalk dates back to the community meeting we held in the fall. Yep. So I think it would be best if we come out and maybe just talk to the community a little bit about what's going on out there. So you'll see that coming up very soon.
Okay. Dr. Jishak.
I appreciate Peter taking the time right before this meeting to talk to me about Barton Hill, and so I think we can table some of the questions and concerns that I had, which were really surrounding making sure that the members understand what this renovation is going to look like and what it's going to include. Thank you for taking the time to explain it to me and now taking the extra step to explain it to the community. I am curious, though, from the drainage perspective and maybe some of the landscaping that we'll do in the future, understanding what our DRB requirements are Do we think that we're going to need to go to DRB for drainage or landscaping?
So I was just speaking to Cam about this very subject earlier today, and we are looking at, we may be needing to file a consultation level review of the curb installation around the courts. We're still kind of looking into that specific detail since it may have alterations to grading as a result of it. But generally speaking, the design of the courts is not going to try to change any of the drainage patterns or flows. The curb is really just there to dress the edge of the courts once they're installed. But otherwise, the direction of the flow is dictated by the court surface, which drives the water in that direction. And we're not really intending to change that from what it currently is.
I'll ask the questions offline.
Please do. Thank you. Okay. Just a minor comment from my perspective as the president. I encourage all the board members that if there are detailed questions that really do not need the board's time to get into the minutia, I encourage you strongly to reach out to the individual, to staff, and get your answers. I believe the board's time is more valuable and better spent on high priority and higher level items than just getting into the operational details of how to cook a hamburger, et cetera, et cetera. Pardon the pun. So with that, let's move to the treasurer's report, please.
Can I just add a reminder that those requests should be copied to all of us on email so that we don't have board members engaging staff into lengthy discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Petrain, treasurer's report. Yes.
I respect that request, and I do that, but I also want to make sure that the members are involved in understanding and hearing, because we have open meeting requirements. So there are many times, like I interacted behind the scenes to get answers to questions that I also still think are very relevant to ask at a meeting, even if I have the answer from staff, so that the members are hearing what we are hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me, I'd like to speak to that as well. All that information, I appreciate the questions that you ask in your emails, and I'd like to ask staff in public if perhaps the responses that are provided in the emails can be included in the presentations so the community can get benefit from the questions that are being asked in those email exchanges.
Thank you. Treasurer's report, please. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Schumacher.
First of all, I apologize to the board. I did not recognize that my existing RA email and access to the Dropbox was dropped. So the typical way that I get information to Brittany so that she can post it didn't get done as expeditiously as possible. I'm going to keep my comments very short. For the period ending March 31, 2024, the association's cash positions remain strong. There have been strong camp registrations and other non-assessment revenue sources are either at or above budget expectations, and operating expenses are below budget as the association continues to recruit for the 10 budgeted open positions. Just a couple of highlights. Assessments at the end of the first quarter represented 93% of total revenue. Recreation program revenues are 55% better than the 2024 budget and 7% better than the first 3 months of 2023. Department operating expenses are 7% below 2024 budget, but are 15% over the total operating budget for the same period in 2023. This is to be expected. We have added key staff positions, the new CFO, the new Director of Environmental Advisory Director, blah, blah, blah.
EAC.
Yes, thank you, EAC. Functionally, lower than budgeted people costs account for 70% of the positive variance against the 2024 budget. but those actual 2024 costs in total are 9% above 2023 levels. Salary increases, additional people added to staff. The last comment that I'll make is regarding capital spending. I'm going to not speak to the balance sheet. That's pretty boring and hasn't changed all that much. As of the end of the first quarter, RE had total restricted cash and investments of $8.5 million, $8.1 million in RRF, and $400,000 CARF funds. To date, in 2024, meaning the end of the first quarter, a total of $886,000 had been spent, with an estimated addition of $4.7 million in budgeted projects to be completed in 2024 and beyond. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Petrini?
Thanks, Bob. Moving forward, would it be possible for us to get a breakout of that 120% positive variance for the racket, camp, nature center type activities? If we could look at that from a member and non-member perspective, obviously we made a sizable change this past, it seems to be going fairly well. So that would be good to know. I think we already have it motioned where it's going to increase this year anyway, regardless of how it's performing. But it would be good for us to see it over this 2-year period.
I think the most, if you look on page 3 of the report that was at your place this evening, if you look at the top schedule where they talk about revenue and you look at aquatics, you see the biggest impact of the zero cost of members for their passes, down almost 53,000.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Director Graywatch's question probably could best be answered with regard to member, non-member on the camps. Probably can best be answered by Laura Kowalski, who's not here tonight, but hopefully she can provide Director Graywatch with the information at the May 9th meeting.
Potentially, yeah, more fiscally, less registration, more fiscally focused, but maybe she would have that information as well. But yeah, and
the past revenue has always been allocated. It's very, very difficult to separate since you have one pass issued for both aquatics and racket sports. So it is done with the best of intentions via surveys and is proven to be reasonably accurate. But in terms of giving the board additional information, sure, it can be done.
Thank you. Any other? Yes.
Just one quick comment that with regard to social media comments have recently drawn attention to the fact that a non-resident, non-member pool pass or pool antennas pass in RA remains an excellent value despite the cost increases that we levied. I just wanted to mention that because our pools are primarily for our own members, but when we can reach out to other folks, it's good that they recognize that they're getting quite a deal to have 16 pools for one annual fee.
Following on Director Dodd's comment, the Pinecrest pool membership costs $600 a year. Uno pool.
Thank you. Yes, Director Joshak.
Just some observations to share from the fiscal meeting because we received our first quarter update. I always ask the difference between what a permanent savings or over budget item is versus a timing. And so there were a couple in that realm. So we're about 20,000 ahead in CSF, and that would be a permanent ahead of the budget. We're about 110,000 ahead on staffing. And then we also are close to 100,000 ahead on CARF items, which were a fallout of last year that we did not spend them. And staff reported that they have no intention of spending them because they were canceled projects. So just to be aware of as we go forward. And then I also wanted to compliment our new CFO, Ed, who came to his very first fiscal meeting, and he gave the full quarterly report to us and was very articulate and knowledgeable in a very short period of time as to how our finances and our operations meld together. So thank you very much for that, and compliments to you.
Thank you, Director Juszczyk. Let me add my own comments on that, because as I arrived from my overseas trip, arrived at home at 4:30, I showed up for the fiscal meeting at 6:30, bright as a light bulb. And I don't know if I was wired or what, but I want to second Director Juszczyk's comments about our CFO. Very good briefing. I'm so glad that you've picked up, that you've just immersed yourself and you're getting into it. And I will say I was impressed with your presentation. Thank you. Any other questions? Great, none. Let's move on to the next item. We have the deed subgroup update, and over to you, Mr. Champ.
Great, thank you. As the board knows, we put together a subgroup to help assist with a deed amendment update. The group met on April 2nd via Zoom. Much of the discussion focused around education of the membership via educational videos, which would be included in RA News and sent to the various committees. The intent is to meet with our Director of Communications and see about moving that further. However, there was a further thought with the subcommittee about whether or not this is an appropriate time to undertake the deed amendment. And so much of the work has paused pending a discussion tonight about whether or not this board wishes to undertake this really large project.
Was that everything, Mr. Champ? Thank you.
That's it right now. I'll take any questions.
Okay, start with Director Perry first.
Yes, thank you. So I was part of the meeting, and there was a lot of good conversation, a lot of good thoughts put forth. I will let everyone at this table know that our CEO, Matt Cummins, wanted to speak on this matter and had specifically requested that we not take any action tonight so that he could address us with his comments and suggestions.
Thank you. Director Farrell, I believe you were next.
Can I invite all of you to, you have the deed in your book, and I'd like to invite all of you to turn to page 37 in your hymnal. It's in your board packet. Right. So you want to take a look at the paragraph that says duration. And counsel, if I misspeak, feel free to jump in there. So you might want to unmute yourself. There has come up two legends that need to be disabused. One is
Let me just interject quickly, just because I'd like to know, what was the name of the header? Because in the electronic version, it is not page 37. So you can just.
45, the First Amendment, is this the page you're referring to?
It's Article 8.
Yeah, but it's article.
Page 37 is on page 81.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I was referring to the hard copy. Thank you. So it's Article 8, Section 8.1, duration.
Thank you.
Everybody? Good? Good. Okay. If you we spent a whole lot of time talking about at the working group. If you read this, it disabuses us of two things. One, there is no obligation on the part of the association to take any action whatsoever before January 2026. There are people running around and saying, well, we've got to amend the deed before January 2026. No, we don't. What this language says is if we take no action, the deed simply rolls over. Okay? So I have been sitting here for the last year feeling like, oh my God, my hair's on fire, I got to get this done. The answer is no, we don't. If we take no action, the 2006 deed continues in full force and effect. So there's no obligation on the part of this board to do anything. It will continue on. That's the first thing that needs to be said, because out on the street, there are people thinking that we've got to do something. We don't have to do anything. I'll be with you.
This is for you. Just to clarify for the board, is it, if we do nothing, does it extend for the
Correct.
full?
That's what this language says.
Okay, so another 20
And
years.
I'm inviting counsel to correct me if I misstate anything. So we don't have to do anything. This deed is in perpetuity, okay? And this provision is in perpetuity, and it just rolls over automatically. There is another legend out and about that says that if we were to present an amendment to the deed to the membership and it gets voted down, that Reston Association dissolves magically. No, that's not what this says. If we present an amendment or an amended or a restated deed and it gets voted down, we simply revert back to the 2006 deed. Counsel, have I stated the situation accurately?
You have, John.
Thank you, counsel. I passed the bar exam again. Great. So I think what the consensus of the working group was, and Director Perry can correct me on this, was that we now then, if this is the case, we now then need to decide, are there things in the deed that really justify us going through this heartburn? You recall that we just went through a referendum to amend the deed to get rid of RELAC, okay? If tomorrow morning somebody comes up and says, hey, this is a crisis, we got to amend the deed, we can do it. If we come to 2030 and we decide we need to amend the deed, we can do it then too. So there's not a time crunch here. And the issue truly is there something in this deed that is so harmful to the community or so causes us so much inconvenience in operating the organization that we need to fix it? We can fix it this year. We don't have to wait until 2026. We could fix it in 2030. So at least this member of the working group said, okay, maybe then we need to change the way we're going about this and ask the membership or the staff, okay, what is there that has your hair on fire, that justifies going through this process? Because we don't need to. And that, to me, was a different understanding of what our circumstance is. So in putting together the calendar, my view was, and I think the rest of the working group agreed, was that we need to go ask the membership early and say, hey, what are there things you think that in the deed that need to be changed? And get that in sooner rather than later, and then have the working group make a recommendation is these things are so important, we need to go forward. If that's a fair statement, I'm looking to Director Perry.
Not only membership, but our CEO, who also requested to speak upon this matter.
Understood. But staff and the membership to come back to us and say, what's up, before we embark on this 3-year process.
Thank you. Director Darby, you had your...
Just, I appreciate that a lot. And one quick question for clarification, because this is the first time I'm reading this section in detail, and I'm seeing that it suggests a 20-year rollover, but you're also telling me that the 20-year period isn't that meaningful anyway, because in any case, we can use the process we used with RELAC to call a vote for anything that needs to be changed in the deed. The 20 years is not a magical thing.
That's my understanding. And
Thank you.
unlike the RELAC referendum, it would be a simple majority vote with a quorum. Okay, RELAC required.
No,
That's not entirely true, John.
Go ahead.
It depends on the type of amendment. If it's a material amendment, I believe it's 2/3 of a 30% quorum.
Okay.
But that's of the A and B owners, not that small amount that was, so your category A members, for everyone's, let's call edification, is your fee simple owners, the people that own a single family home, condo unit owners. Your category B members are the people that own the apartment buildings. So that would be a 30% quorum of them.
Yep, that makes sense.
Director Just Jack?
So what we discussed and what we put in your packet of materials was some of the, discussion that has been going on for years about, hey, when we get to the deed update,
That needs to be an executive session
yes.
because it's council's product.
No, I'm not bringing it up. I'm assigning a task. What we were hoping to do is assign the board to review between now and when our CEO wanted to brief us on it, and to really think about it yourselves as we get into a discussion with our CEO of where do you fall, what are you seeing, and what is kind of hanging out there or lingering for updates. And so that's what I'd really encourage, or the deed subcommittee would really encourage you to do, is take the time and read through it so that we can have a fruitful discussion in the future, and we're not, oh, what's in the deed? How does that? So learn it if you haven't already learned it over time.
And I'll hand out the no-dos.
One of the things that I think that we were okay with, though, is this concept of, do we put something out there to the members, like a form, and we kind of had a discussion about what that survey or form would look like on the website, to elicit feedback from the members to incorporate in those discussions. And so my understanding is that we would be okay with that type of motion. It was more of a substantive discussion that we wanted to wait for. But I did not see that on the May calendar that our CEO and president worked on. But that was the intention or the request of the deed subcommittee, was to have it on the calendar.
So, Director Just Jack, on that note, Director Just Jack, thank you. On that note, it was my understanding that the deed discussion today was informational, and that we would not be making any decisions tonight. And I agree with your assessment that the board needs to review this and then have a discussion with our CEO present. What do you recommend as far as the next, the date for doing such thing? Are you suggesting the May meeting, or are you thinking after that?
The deed subcommittee suggested the first half of May
I want to
meeting.
make sure that the schedules are lined up so that we don't miss, yes.
Yes, we discussed the first half of May meeting.
Okay.
But we discussed before then, which would require a motion of the board, to put up a form on the website to elicit feedback. So do you want to speak before I motion?
Well, just a quick question. I thought that form kind of ran parallel with education of the deed.
It did.
And I want to be very careful that we're not just putting out a form to put out a form.
Yeah.
It really needs, that education piece has to kind of come slightly before the form?
Yep.
Okay.
So then I will motion to direct our CEO to work with the deed subcommittee to do both an educational effort and elicit feedback from the members regarding the Reston Association deed.
Second.
Second, discussion? Dr. Johnson?
The way the motion is worded, it sounds as though we want them to do, the CEO to do that simultaneously. Do we not want them to do it in succession? So do the education and then do a survey.
So that's why I kind of said the deed subcommittee would help, because we worked some of that out in our last meeting and had discussions, and we can formalize what we discussed. But yes, as Director Perry said, there's a few considerations in doing it. And so, yes, some education will come, feedback will come, but more education will also come out after a form would be active too.
It's not one before the other, they lay,
on top of each other.
there's like a transparent form, and they kind of lay over top of each other.
Director Jeschak, I have a question for you.
I'm sorry, can I finish my last
Please, go ahead, sorry.
I hear that, and I want to accept it, but I also want to understand it before I do. So I'm imagining a Venn diagram. So we've got some overlap here. What are the overlap points? What are the junction points between education and a survey? Like what's happening simultaneously and what's happening in succession?
Do you want to answer or want me to answer?
So the way that we had discussed it is that you would have some basic knowledge being put out in, for example, the next 2 Friday newsletters and on social media and et cetera, and then have the form available while you continue to then put out additional educational pieces until that has completed, so that, because there are people who are informed regarding the deed now, and therefore they're welcome, we can solicit that feedback at any time, but we wanted to make sure that those who maybe needed to know a little bit more about the deed to be able to express themselves in a informative way would have that available to them. So it's general. You're having education, and then the form releases, but it's open for X period of time while the education continues.
I hear you.
May I speak?
Are you finished, Director Johnson?
I am, thank
Yes,
you.
Director Dott, please.
So I am going to make a motion that we defer this to the next meeting. We have been informed that our CEO wants to discuss this topic with us. I don't see any urgency to undertake any decisions today. We can wait until the next meeting to discuss the deed in full.
I'd second that motion. I'd second the motion.
Director Jeschak.
I would like to continue on because, one, we as a board asked to formulate a deed subcommittee. The deed subcommittee has met with staff, and I did not hear any objections from staff to move this piece of it forward. And if we're going to make a decision as a board on whether to continue along on the deed project, part of that is getting feedback, and I don't want to delay getting the feedback in. So I'd ask the board's indulgence to allow the subcommittee to work with staff. And this is a recommendation of the deed subcommittee.
So just, you would be against the motion to defer?
That's correct. I'm
Thank you,
against
Mr.
it.
President.
Yes.
Director Farrell, allow me to recognize you first before speaking. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. I
Thank you very much.
apologize.
Yes, thank you.
One of the things that we talked about was in having in the form, what you want to avoid is having input that's a generalized complaint about RA, or the RA, a long screed about the DRB or something like that. And one of the things we talked about was having a line on the form that says what section of the board, what section of the deed are you talking about? So that we could look at the comment and go, okay, or, if it has nothing to do with the deed, we could say, okay, it's got nothing to do with the deed. Well, we understand your frustration, or we understand your interest, but it's got nothing to do with the deed. So developing that form is what Director Jeschak is hoping we can do. It doesn't prevent the CEO from coming and telling us something. So I speak against the motion to defer.
May I ask a question? Is the form going to be posted, or are we talking about working on the form? Because that sounds like two different things. What you just said, John.
Director Johnson?
Yeah, are we just asking staff to start to develop the form? Are we asking staff to develop and then post the form for input?
Mr. President?
Please.
The form. Develop the form, come back to the working group, and let us kick it around.
That changes my question. That changes the entire 10
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you.
Director Perry, you're recognized.
So I just want to put a couple things into perspective here. it is April 25th. The next board meeting is 2 weeks from now.
Correct.
The reality is even if we move forward with, let's go ahead and start working on those educational pieces and looking at a form, even if you do that, your first educational piece maybe comes out May 2nd if we're putting poor Cara to work like 24/7. And then second, if you're dropping 2 to 3 educational pieces before the release of that form, you're not even releasing that form until after the next board meeting. So I do not think that we should move forward with an action of whether we continue with the deed project or not until we hear from our CEO. I do think that asking the CEO and staff to work on the educational pieces is not a bad idea in general, because I think that educational piece is important whether we move forward with this deed project or not.
I just want to say that I withdraw any issue that I had with it. Director Farrell, thank you for your clarification. I hear working on it, and that is where I'd like to be. So
Thank you. Director Flashman.
I have a couple of practical questions for the COO. Who would develop the form?
I think it's Tony. I'm just kidding. So Tony would be involved, Mac would be involved. Ultimately, it would fall on Kara and the communications team. This would be something that's posted on the web, interactive, things like that.
Do you think that presumably the 2 of you or 3 of you, whoever would be actually involved, can do this within the time frame suggested?
So I think what I'm hearing is that we want to start what our ideas may look like and be prepared to discuss it on the 9th without any deliverables on the 9th. So I think that's very feasible, but we won't have a deliverable on May 9th.
Thank you. So, Director Juszczyk, we're going back to your motion.
No, because we haven't voted on hers.
And I don't know. I know my motion to defer was
Yes.
seconded. I'd be happy to withdraw that if my seconder also wants to withdraw it.
I am more than happy to.
So
Oh.
it requires unanimous consent of the body to withdraw.
Okay.
Do we have unanimous consent to withdraw that? All those, any objections? None heard. Okay, that motion is withdrawn. We're back to your motion. I have a question for you very quickly. Do you want to attach any dates to that?
No, because part of the motion was to work with the deed subcommittee,
Thank
and
you.
we have calendars of meetings and things. So.
Thank you. So on Director Juszczyk's motion, end of discussion, were we ready for vote? All in favor?
Aye.
See, it seems to be unanimous. Thank you. That motion is passed. Thank you very much. Mr. Champ, any other comments from your side?
None, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we are done, and we are ready to go into the executive session.
Mr. President,
Yes, Director Farrell.
I move to convene an executive session to discuss contractual and personal matters.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Mr.
Motion passes.
President, I'm going to need general counsel for one item in executive session.
Okay.
I think we need to excuse.
Good evening. My name is Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects. I'm here to give you a brief update on the first quarter of 2024 capital projects. Again, for 2024 is the Capital Project webpage update. Here you can find an interactive Google map that outlines all of the currently scheduled, active, and completed projects for 2024. Within the map, you can find detailed information including location and description of the work at hand, as well as some pictures. On the project webpage, you can also find individual project pages for major projects, such as Glade Tennis and Barton Hill Tennis. On those pages, you can find detailed information on the scope of work and schedule. Now for some project highlights in the first quarter, starting with Phase 1 pool projects. At Lake Newport Volleyball, we removed the exterior perimeter fencing to permit year-round access. We also installed new play sand, borders, and a net system. We're also doing electrical and lighting upgrades at Glade, North Hills, North Shore, and Lake Newport pools. These projects will help reduce energy consumption, reduce maintenance, and improve reliability. You can see in the bottom two images the replacement of Lake Newport starter system for the main pool. We're also doing spa refurbishment and main pool chlorination at Hunters Woods Pool, which is required for health code to have a clean white plaster surface and an automated chlorination system. The next project highlight is the North Hills Pavilion project, which is nearing completion. This project we installed an ADA accessible parking and pathway to the pavilion and playground areas. We also installed ADA accessible grill stations and seating, new bike racks, new pavilion lighting system, and converted the grill areas into bench seating to meet fire code requirements. You can see the progress of that project in the images to the right. Another accessibility project are the ADA door openers at Lake House and Nature House. We've installed wireless regenerative powered systems that are energy efficient and simple to install. And we're evaluating the installation at other RA facilities and future CIPs to aid those that need ADA accessibility at our facilities. The next project highlight are footbridge installations along the Turquoise Trail and Soapstone Drive. Bridges 60 and 64 have had building permits filed with Fairfax County, and we're awaiting first-round comments. We anticipate installation sometime later this year. In doing so, we'll also install temporary crossings and detours while the bridges are being replaced. Now for an outlook on projects and activities for the second quarter for the Capital Projects Department, starting off with the 2024 Reserve Study. This is an update to the study performed in 2019 that will have additional focus and evaluation of facility infrastructure. This study is required by statute to be performed every 5 years to assess capital assets for their physical condition and provide an estimated future replacement schedule and cost. This information will be critical as we develop the CIP for the coming years. We're also replacing the bathhouse roof at North Hills Pool and replacing the garage bay doors at CSF. Now for some updates on major projects, starting with Barton Hill Tennis. This project entails the replacement of the court surface, fencing, and access areas into the court. An RFP was released, and we're currently reviewing proposals. And we anticipate this project starting sometime this summer with completion this winter or early spring of 2025. We've also having ongoing conversations with VDOT over the design of a crosswalk over Barton Hill Road. And we'll come back to the board when we have more information ready. Now for the next major project update at Hook Road Park. Following county site plan approval and approval of Phase 1 construction by the Design Review Board, we've released the RFP with selection of a contractor anticipated sometime this early summer. Phase 1 construction is anticipated to start sometime late summer 2024. The project entails repositioning of the ball fields inward and away from the street, installation of improved backstop, bleacher, and dugout areas, and installation of connecting pathways for improved site access. The next major project update is at Shadowwood Pool, where Phase 1 construction has been completed and Phase 2 construction is currently underway, with anticipation to be completed prior to the June 15th swim season start. The demolition is complete, and the new spray feature is in progress, as you can see in the right images. The next project update is at the Glade Tennis renovation, where the project is currently underway and progressing ahead of schedule. The demolition and rough grading is going to be completed, and the new lighting system and concrete work is in progress. In the right image, you can see the regrading that's been completed, as well as the precast footer for the new light poles. Now for a capital budget snapshot report for the first quarter of 2024. This year, we have just under $5 million in budgeted work. That comprises of 2024 projects, as well as carry forwards from 2023 and prior. Thus far, we have spent just under $900,000, which is nearly $200,000 ahead in expenditures compared to this time last year. There's another $3.8 million in work left to remain, and we're currently forecasting a positive variance of $173,000. However, several large projects are currently underway and anticipated to have final invoicing or progress invoicing in the next quarter, including Glade Tennis,
Shadowwood Pool renovation, and the North Hills Pavilion. If you have any questions, comments, or need more information on the project, please contact us at capitalprojects@reston.org, leave us a message at 703-435-6556, or visit the Capitol webpage at reston.org. Thank you.
The Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual or involving personnel matters were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, you got it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we extend the meeting to end at 11 o'clock.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you vote? Okay. Mr. President, I move I move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the contract with Rinker Detware and Associates LLC for on-call consulting services in a not-to-exceed amount of $500,000, $500,000.
Do we have a second?
No. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. President, I move to defer for consideration of the contract with Kimberly Horn for on-call consulting services to the May 9th meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And motion carries.
Mr. President, I think I have one more. Hang on, gotta find it. I move to direct staff to solicit bids from comm firms or opposition research firms for the association in regards to the casino proposal, and to work with Director Santa to help identify potential firms to solicit bids for.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. President, I motion to appoint Bob Petrine to the Land Use Committee.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in favor.
Ask for
All those in opposition? We've got Director Farrell and Director Juszczyk,
Abstain.
and Director Flashman abstains.
6-1.
6-1.
I think that's everything out of executive session.
Thank you.
Direct staff to go out to bid for another on-call contract.
Oh,
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
He did it
Thank
for
you.
He did it for comms.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Mr. President, I move to direct staff to solicit bids for on-call consulting services or civil engineering firms, and to report back to the board at the next meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Seems unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Juszczyk.
Thank you, Director Farrell. Okay.
I'll,
Sorry. No.
I'd like to get us started in new business, if I may. I have one item here, and I've been able to circulate this to most of the board through phone calls. I apologize, I have not been able to talk with everyone, so I understand that. If there are any questions, please let me know. But what I would like to do is a motion to direct staff, specifically the DRB team, to create a DRB 101 educational briefing for the board. I'd like for there to be a focus on the history, the makeup, and the process of what DRB means to Reston and the community. Maybe some more detailed answers as to how do appeals work, when does RA take an affected party stance, and really help us better understand, not just for the new members on the board, but for those that have been on the board for a little bit of time, I think what can be a rather confusing process at times for both our membership and even for certain board members, including myself, who's served on DRB committee as a liaison for the past year. So that's my motion, and I'll leave it up if anyone would like to second.
The maker of the motion have a date?
So this would be something that I would look to put on a June agenda to give staff a little bit of time to make that a reality.
Maybe second meeting in June?
Let's go with the second meeting in June.
Is there a
Second,
Is there
and
discussion?
I appreciate you bringing it.
Yes.
Because I spoke with Trevor and asked, so I appreciate
Thank you.
the
Director Johnson, you
sentiments.
have comments?
Only comment I have is about the date. We discussed earlier that June 30th was kind of tight schedule, so second meeting in June might also be tight. You may want to consider pushing it further out.
Okay. Director Perry?
Mr. Lusk, do you have an opinion on timeframe for having this occur? And perhaps you need to discuss with our communications director?
This is for DRB.
This is for DRB.
right?
Well, I didn't know if she needed to be involved in any
Nope,
way.
but Mr. Adams is well aware that this is coming, so I
Okay.
think we're well prepared. Campbell is aware that this is coming, so we're well prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion here? Are we ready for a vote? Those in favor? Say aye. See, aye. Okay, great. That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have 4 motions that are circulated to the membership.
Yes.
I'm happy, if there's objection to any of these motions, I'm happy to carry them over to the May 9th meeting for further discussion. So I don't, if there's objections, that what I propose we do is add it to the May 9th agenda. So I'll take them one at a time. I move that the board state its unequivocal intention to continue the 50-year tradition of summer camps for children and families of Reston and its environs.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes.
I see no need for this motion. I see no reason that, not to think that this is already in process. I don't understand the need for the motion.
Speaking to the motion, there have been advocacy made by county agencies, in particular the Board of Governors of Reston Community Center, that we no longer operate camps and that function be taken over by the community center. And I think we need to make it clear that we're going to keep operating our camps, and this is what we do. Thus the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion here? Director Farrell, is it your preference we take a vote today?
If there's no objection to the motion.
Thank you. Those in favor? Okay, thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. President, I move that the board direct the CEO to provide a report on the CEO's meetings with the Hunter Mill supervisor within 7 days of such meeting or the day prior to the next board meeting, whichever is sooner.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Director Perry?
Our CEO has already stated that he is fine with having that, providing that again, that the only reason it stopped was because of discussion with our prior president, and therefore I see no need for this motion to move forward.
Speaking to the motion, Mr.
Please.
President.
Yes, Director Farrell.
Choosing my words carefully, the email that you saw is not accurate in the slightest on this issue. I provided this board with monthly updates on the meetings with the supervisor, beginning in May through November. At that point, the CEO decided that he wanted to form the agenda and said, my response to him was fine, and you'll do the readouts to the membership, to the board. You saw the readouts that were generated within the last, 24 hours, 48 hours? If you read those readouts, you would think that your president wasn't there. So,
Former president.
Finishing. And there has been a CEO in the past, the immediate preceding CEO, not Mr. Butler, but the full-time CEO, who refused to do this. I think we need to have a board policy that says we want to read out.
Okay. Thank you. Director Sant.
I speak against the motion for the simple fact that I am supportive of the intent, but it's singularly narrowed to just one office. And as other board members in the past have said, they'd like more advocacy and engagement with elected officials. I would ask us to consider or debate whether or not we should make this a policy about how we report out staff engagement from government officials as opposed to just making it about one.
Director Farrell.
I agree with you on the need for it to be briefed when our CEO meets with public officials. This is the only public official that we have a monthly meeting with. When and if there is a further meeting or we ask for other meetings with other officials, I'm happy to direct it, but this is the only meeting and the only public official which we meet with on a monthly basis.
Director Dodd.
But still, could it not be worded in a general sense so that this one motion would apply not only to this monthly meeting, but to any other meetings that our CEO has with government officials?
I'm not opposed to changing meeting with government officials. If you want to take out the words Hunter Mill Supervisor and make it meetings with government officials, if that will address your concerns, happy to do that.
Director Perry.
I would request that this motion be carried over to the next meeting when our CEO is present and able to speak upon the motion.
Okay.
I would second that motion to defer the motion.
That's fine. Can we put this on the agenda for May 9th?
Yes.
Hasn't his motion been seconded?
Well, we have to,
Hang on. As I read these, Mr. President, as I read these to begin with, if they didn't have the unanimous support, I wanted them on the May 9th agenda. So that's all I'm happy to do.
Just check.
I want us to consider that every time Mac misses a meeting, that we have to move forward as a board when we have board meetings. And he appoints a representative, and we made that agreement because we allowed him to skip meetings. So I want us to keep that in mind, that we can't stop business because our CEO isn't present. When it comes to this motion, I think he's well-informed. He's given us his own readout. And so rather than to completely debate this again and again and again, I think we have enough information to make this call.
And there will be a meeting with the Hunter Mill Supervisor between now and May 9th. But if you all want to push it over.
We have a motion to defer. On the
we have a motion to defer.
Right, correct.
Any discussion on that? We just did. Okay, yes, Director Perry?
I agree, with
Yes.
Director Juszczyk, that we need to carry on with
Yes.
business. However, this is not vital business to this moment in time, and for it to wait 2 weeks is not out of the realm of reasonability.
All right, we're voting on Director Dodd's motion. All those in favor?
3.
Those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion 6.
So we're back to the original motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. So we're back to the motion. We've had discussion on that. We're ready for vote. All those, Director Farrell, would you like to repeat that motion again? Or?
I move that the board direct the CEO to provide a report on the CEO's meetings with government officials within 7 days of such meeting or on the day prior to the next board meeting, whichever is sooner.
Okay.
Point of order, that was not the motion that was seconded.
I understand
was
that.
going to ask for, is there a second?
Is there a second to that?
I second.
Second.
Okay. We've had discussion on that, and we're ready to vote. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in favor. All those opposed? 1. Director Perry, which way you vote?
Abstain.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Brittany, I'm going to abstain as well.
6-1.
612.
612. Thank you. Next.
Mr. President, I move that the board that direct the CEO that in those instances when the CEO does not plan to attend a meeting of the Friends of Reston Board of Directors, that the CEO identify a designee to exercise the CEO's voting rights at the Friends of Reston meeting and to advise the presidents of RA and FOR of that designation in writing.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay.
Speaking to the motion.
Speak to the motion, sir.
Contrary to the email that you received within the last 48 hours, it wasn't just the last meeting of FOR where the CEO didn't show up. It was also the prior meeting.
Okay.
And we have 2 votes on the FOR board. And if the CEO doesn't show up and doesn't designate somebody, we've lost a vote. Similarly, like the president has designated Director Grywich, Vice President Grywich, to attend the FOR meeting in your absence, so that we exercise our votes on a subsidiary corporation. And so if for some reason the CEO can't attend, we need to make sure that the vote is there to be exercised.
Okay, I would like to ask our CEO, Peter, this to me seems just general, having second in command, third in command. Do you have any concerns about that?
Typically, Mac and I attend Friends of Reston together. I have no concern with attending Friends of Reston when Mac is not there.
Okay, thank you. Director Grywich.
Small point of clarification. The way I read the email that we received was that this was a one-off situation where both Mac and Peter could not be present at the meeting, therefore leaving only Laura in a SLT position. But again, I have no problem with the motion itself.
Okay. Just so it's clear, 2 meetings.
Only one that Peter wasn't involved in, correct?
Peter wasn't at the March meeting.
We had the staff retreat before that, but
thank you.
Generally we'll be there.
All right. Any other discussion on this? We ready for vote? Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Actually, you know what now?
Director Stowe's opposed. Director Santa, how do you vote? Director Johnson.
Abstain as well.
Okay, so we have 7-2. The motion carries. Thank you.
Last motion, Mr. President. I move to invite the Elections Committee to the June 13th meeting of the Association Board of Directors to discuss the changes in the total number of eligible voters in board elections over the last several years, the changes in the number of eligible voters in each of the category of the voters during that same period, the means by which the residency of candidates for the board can be established or confirmed, and such other matters as the board may determine.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
If I can, I'll try to, I'll address the body, but this is really for Director Farrell at the end of the day. Would it be possible for the board to be able to produce a question list for the Elections Committee prior to giving them an opportunity to be able to respond in an articulate manner and for us to stay disciplined in what we want to discuss for that session?
That's why I said June 13th.
Fair enough, but it does need that additional step by the board to collect questions and then to send questions ahead of time.
Certainly.
Okay.
Who do you want us to send them to?
I'm fine collecting, if you want, if you made the motion, if you'd like to.
No, I said who is collecting the questions?
I will collect the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on this? Any clarifications you'd like to make?
I think the motion, I think it's a good suggestion. I don't think it needs to be in the motion.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready for vote? Those in favor, say aye. Jennifer, okay, that seems to be unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Next item we have is the agenda for next month, next week, 2 weeks.
New business?
New business, anybody else?
I have one for the agenda for next time, but I can do it as a motion if you want. Okay. I motion to have a board topic on the May 9th meeting related to communications and education of RA members.
Second.
Any discussion on that?
I have sent this through Bach in February, and it just hasn't made it to the list yet. I also have some questions that I had asked staff to address, so they already have them. They've had them since February. So that would be included in the topic of staff preparing.
Okay. Any discussions on this? Dr. Perry?
I wanted to know staff was good with that time frame.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Lusk is nodding up and down
Yes,
for those who don't have a close-up.
Director Farrell, would you allow me to run the meeting and not interject in terms of providing commentary? Because I am the president now.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
What was the timing on the motion?
It's next meeting.
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
All those in favor, say aye, please.
He did, I think.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Yes. Director Farrell, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Oh, unanimous, motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. President, we're looking at the draft agenda for next month?
Yes.
Or for the May 9th? We would need to add to it, and I don't care where you put it, but we need to add to it volunteer interviews.
Okay.
To the extent that we have
thank you.
volunteers.
Thank you.
We also had earlier this evening a desire to have a discussion on the deed amendment process with the CEO.
Yes.
We need to add that to the agenda someplace.
Will do. Thank
I
you.
don't know if there are other items that, Director Flashman has some other items.
You have the approval of the minutes for the last board meeting and for this board meeting.
Thank you.
That would be under the consent
Consent.
agenda,
Probably under
Mr.
consent.
Flashman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Back to you, Director Juszczyk.
We were going to have the Shadowwood renaming meeting earlier in this month, and I thought that you might want a topic on the agenda, but I also feel like I haven't heard an announcement, so I'm not really sure the status of it either.
May I respond?
Director Farrell.
You are correct. That is something that I have been requesting, and I generally rely on staff to let us know where things stand. Perhaps that could be part of the CEO update and not necessarily its own topic.
Yes,
Unless you have a response currently.
we're prepared to just get moving on the Shadowwood renaming.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, we're prepared to get moving on the Shadowwood renaming. So we were planning to send an update to the board via email on next steps, but as part of CEO update, we can include that on May 9th as another overview.
Okay, thank you. Director Juszczyk, do you have more?
Your two requests, the org assessment and the strategic plan status update.
So just a clarification on that. I discussed those topics and the other ones that you and I, that you had sent to me. And the agreement was that those would be included in the CEO update as elements of the CEO update to be briefed. So I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, okay. But just to be clear, my communications and education one is not a CEO update.
I understand. That's
Okay.
why we asked for, yes, that's right. That's why you had a
I
motion.
couldn't hear what you were referring to.
Jalal had let me know that he wanted the organizational assessment update that Mac did the study on. And then the strategic plan implementation status.
So just to share with you, when I had my discussions with Mac, I indicated that we wanted to hear about the status of the organizational assessment. Just give us an update. What's going on? Are you moving forward? What are you doing? And then the second topic was, what was the second topic that I mentioned? The strategic, the strategic plan. As you all know, we all spent, we had a subgroup working with Mac and Peter on the strategic plan. It was presented to the board, approved, and we just want to get an update to stay up to date as to, is it going into the implementation phase, what's happening, and what are the next steps, and so on. This is just to keep the board aware of things. So those will be part of the CEO updates.
I'll move to adopt the agenda for the May 9th meeting as amended.
Do you mind if I just help Brittany here and make sure that we're all on the same understanding? So for section B, for the consent calendar, we will have the approval of meeting minutes, the revised meeting minutes from the previous meeting, as well as the meeting minutes from this meeting. We will also add a volunteer interview under presentations, informal, and action items. We will also add two other items to the agenda in deed amendment process and member communications. Those would fall above executive session.
That's correct.
And we need to decide what the heading of executive session is.
And we will need to determine, yes, the breadth of executive session.
And then the legal update has to go under the consent calendar.
Legal will need to be added to consent calendar as well. Thank you. Okay, Brittany,
Okay,
any
thank
questions
you.
on that?
Brittany, you got that? Thank you very much.
Need a vote.
Does that need to stay?
A vote to adopt the agenda. for May 9th.
Yeah.
We can strike that.
Okay, I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
I did.
You just said, okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Seems to be unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Where are we tonight? Believe it or not, I want to take credit for not getting us to 11 o'clock, even though we extended to 11 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate you bearing with me as we go through this transition. Parting thought, I've asked John to meet with him, and I've had conversations with Jennifer. This is part of my kind of getting the ropes in terms of transitioning, and I look forward to meeting with you, John and Jennifer, and understand what's going on. Thank you very much. Have a
Motion
great
to
night.
adjourn?
No, we don't need a motion to adjourn. We finished our business. We've
We
completed our
are
business.
adjourned. Enjoy the night.